things. I did put a post on my original Hoodwinked by an Angel channel. That stays. The prices that I put on there, if someone decides to buy a shirt or the second floor of the hotel, it bumped up $20,000 because of inflation. I mean, who am I to deny the great economic structure that the world has basically created for people like me, who I'm now paying 30 and 40% more for certain materials to do building than I was a year ago, than I would have a year ago. Not to mention, I got a letter in the mail yesterday, a very nice letter from someone I've been working with for about 7 or 8 months about the rebar bender cutting machine. I gave them a deposit, and you can only expect someone to hold a piece of equipment for a certain period of time, and then, something has to happen. So they requested that I come to Manila 2 months ago. It just wasn't possible. Just not possible. So they offered to give me back my refund, and now that two-in-one machine is not available from any supplier anywhere in the Philippines. So I'm back to purchasing two different pieces of equipment: rebar bender, singular, rebar cutter, singular, for more than what the original price was going to be, considerably more than what the original price was going to be. So the original price was 200,000 pesos for the two-in-one cutting machine, and now it's about 40% more because of inflation and because shipping has gone nuts. And so the fact that I bumped up the price of the hotel 20,000, that's probably what it's going to cost me in additional materials only. So that's within the parameters of what it's going to cost me for the inflation rates. Now, as far as the shirts are concerned, Scott Del Fuego didn't get his shirts when I was in New York, because Scott and I were supposed to meet in New York, and something happened to prevent that from happening. So I'm going to be shipping out shirts to Scott for free. And I'm also going to, I think I gave my friend Carl shirts, because when I went to his house in Florida, I believe I brought shirts for Carl. But if I'm mistaken, let me know. So I would imagine now how people are laughing. $200 for, I don't care if you buy the shirts or not. I have, right now, I have $1,600 in bills for the shirts I bought in America. I don't actually have the original list. It's in a mail somewhere, but that $1,600 only covered the cost of the shirts and the artwork when I went to pick them up on the day that they were ready. And I had to wait 6 weeks. So I ordered those shirts the first thing I did when I went to America, and it took 6 weeks because I wanted a quality of material that they didn't have in the triple XL size shirts. So they had to make an order, and then I had to wait for their order. When their order was done, then whatever shirts I wanted in triple XL, they were available, but only certain colors. I also wanted certain colors that they didn't have, so they didn't make a special order for me. They put that This company I did business with in New York, oh God, man, this guy makes. While I was in his, there's no telling how much money this man makes a day selling T-shirts. While I was in his office, he was fielding phone calls for orders of 300, 500, 1,000, 1,500 T-shirts at $20 plus a pop. So, and that's because he has a warehouse. It's probably an acre big, the warehouse. He's got, I don't know, 50 people working in there on 50 different machines. And then he's got an office staff of 12 doing paperwork. He probably did $40,000 worth of business while I was waiting to give him my order. So these shirts were expensive. They cost me between $23 and $26.95 per shirt. So I'll break down why they're $200. I am not sending one person shirts and they're going to have to send them out to somebody else. Any of the shirt orders will be sent individually so no one knows anybody else's address, number one. Number two, I sent out some shirts that said Bahal on, just Bahal. They were the cheapest quality material I ever saw in my life. And they were, the first shirt was before Christmas of last year. So the first package of up to 1 pound is $60. But I had 4 shirts. So it cost about $74 for those 4 shirts to go out. And they were light duty. They weren't even big. They were for a woman. And they were like medium and small. These are triple XL. So I would imagine the price is going to be, even if I ship out multiple shirts, the mailing will cost me $100 plus, and I'm adding this in, I'm making this as clear as day, my time. I spent hours back and forth with the artists in emails. I spent 2 hours traveling to the guy's office, meeting with him, and an hour back. So that was 2 days of 4-hour days, roughly. They were 4 hours of traveling by car, 50 miles in each direction. So I have a lot of time invested in this. If someone is interested in a shirt, you will pay me $200 for the first shirt, and then $100. Well, there would be a $70 discount. It would be $50, $150 for each additional shirt, and that's firm. That's firm. So I'll show you. I'll tell you what I have. I have medium, large, XL, 2XL, and 3XL in the Rockscapes. I'll get you the shirt. I'll show it to you. But I only have, in this box, I cannot find a whole box, 2 whole boxes of shirts. They're in the cargo container. I'll let you know as they become available. This one says Michael Fazio's Rockscapes, Rabbi Jew Barker. And that's on the back. Now if you turn it around, in the front, it has the original On-Time Backhoe design, but it says Rockscapes, not On-Time Backhoe. I do believe that somewhere in my cargo container, I have On-Time Backhoe t-shirts. I don't actually know where they are, but I'll look for them if you're interested. Now, moving past the shirts, because I know that no one is going to buy them, and I don't care. Not one bit. When I open up the hotel, they'll be on the wall for sale, and you'll pay me $200 for a shirt then. Or you won't. You want a piece of history? Gonna cost you some scuttle, a little bit of iron, some broccoli, a little bit of green. So, what do I have planned for today? Well, my plans changed drastically 2 days ago because I will be going up on the roof today. But my plan, oh, and as far as the $220,000, that includes for the duration of my lease. You'll have the whole second floor, and that would be about 16 years, just over 16 years. So, and if you decide to buy the second floor, we can make it all happen quite a bit faster. And if I was going to just do this myself, I'll just go out and hire my friend Mai. We'll put a crew together and we'll build the hotel up to the second floor. We'll have it done within a year. Moving past that, I will build it at my own rate. I'm not in any hurry. And as I have explained to you people since the year 2010, this planned destruction of the world economy, inflation, removing wealth from the middle class, redistribution of wealth from the middle class to the poor, and the rich, the bigs get bigger at the same time. This has been planned a long time. They've spent billions of dollars making sure that this is going to work in their favor. And it is. I mean, I could go through the fact, why did they close all the restaurants down except McDonald's and Burger King and Jollibee, Pizza Hut? Because those are the big money franchises, and they are owned by big corporations. And big corporations just don't lose money. They make money. They don't pay taxes, but they make money. So I've warned you that this was going to happen. So if I don't get an investor, then I will just build it at my own rate. And as far as the economy coming back and I should be in a hurry to open up, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Right now, there's no rentals in Bohol. Well, there's starting to be a few rentals in Bohol if you have $150 a night. And then there are a few places even for 1,000 pesos a night, but there's no facilities. There's no gym, no pool, no jacuzzi. There are places, but you would have to find them. And they're very clean. These are all clean, upstanding, tiled rooms with kitchens and everything in it. But that 1,000 pesos for those rooms are because of the lockdown. And they're typically sold out for a very long time in advance. And when the lockdown ends, those rooms will go back up to anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000, from $40 to $75 a night, because that's just the way it is. Now, if you want to even get closer to the beach, if you want to see the beach from your room, oh, then you're going to just take out a minimum of $150 a night. So my rooms, when my hotel goes up, because I have view of the ocean, probably going to range around 2,500 to 3,500 pesos, $45 to $70 a night. So I don't care if they sell the second floor or not. I sell the second floor or not, because over the course of 15 years of a rent roll, those rooms will bring me in, just those rooms will bring me in $750,000. So if I sell it for $220, I'm really losing $400,000+. So I'm really taking a beating at that $220 price. Woe is me. So let's see. So today's plan. So 2 days ago, I went into the cargo container and I found that box. This box here of shirts. Let me tell you what this box here of shirts. This is the Rockscapes shirt. Okay, so just to let you know, I don't know how many are in each fold. 3 are in each fold. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. There's probably 60 shirts in this box. These are medium to triple XL. And I have Zola craft shirts. I know I have them, but in the cargo container when it got shipped from New York. Oh, I should mention, it cost me $30,000 to go to New York, fill up a cargo container, and bring it to my house. $30,000. So if you people think that any of the prices I ever throw out at you are too expensive, I don't care what you think. I never cared what you think, and I'm never going to care what you think. I'm the one who spent $30,000 to bring the cargo container back from New York, full of tools, supplies. I bought some. I bought some big cans of tuna fish. I think they're 3-pound cans of tuna fish. I brought a dozen. A dozen. I think I bought a dozen jars of peanut butter. Definitely bought a dozen jars of jelly, stuff like that. But I filled up the container with stuff you couldn't get here in the Philippines. Food stuff, about 6 boxes. Then I bought supplies, building materials, electrical supplies, plumbing supplies, glues for the plumbing itself, glues and purple cleaner, which you can't buy in the Philippines. You can't buy gray glue, can't buy. In the Philippines, you want to hear something really stupid? Now, this is stupid. I've done more plumbing than anybody on YouTube, except a plumber. Plumbers have done more plumbing than I have. But all of you backyard mechanics that you did the plumbing in your bathroom, I've done tens of thousands of fittings. Not as much as a regular plumber, because that's not what I am. But I'm a damn good plumber when it comes to putting pipe together, whether it be sweat or PVC. And I know a lot more about it than most people could even begin to find out on the internet. And one of the things that you learn when you have PVC is 2 things. PVC has a sheen, SHEEN, sheen on it. It's the clear coat on the PVC. And when you see a cleaner, there's 2 types of cleaner. One is a clear acetone-based cleaner, and one is a purple acetone-based cleaner. When you put that on, you really should be in a ventilated area, but it monkeys you up like it's like being instant drunk within a minute if you're working in a tight spot. So but you have to use that first. Otherwise, if you just take 2 pieces of PVC pipe and put glue on them, the inside of the fitting has a sheen on it. The outside of the pipe has a sheen on it. And when you just put it together and put the pipe together, which I just showed you the wrong way to put pipe together, when I went like this, that is the wrong way to put pipe together. So they don't have PVC cleaner in the Philippines. They don't have it. Now, they don't have purple cleaner. Now, the purple cleaner was made so you could see that the pipe was cleaned and it breaks the sheen. But they don't sell that here. Now, you could buy acetone, and that works. But it's not the same as the PVC acetone. It has an additional chemical in it that specifically targets the sheen. In any event, then there are different glues to put the PVC together. You have your clear glue, which is basic household strength, under the sink type of stuff that probably will hold if you use a cleaner. Then you have yellow, which is a little stronger. Then you have blue, which is a little stronger than the yellow. And then you have gray, industrial strength gray glue. Go into any store anywhere in the Philippines, any hardware store anywhere, and ask them for yellow, blue, or gray glue, or PVC cleaner. They laugh at you. They don't laugh because they don't know what the hell you're talking about. But what they will hand you is a single can of glue. It says PVC cleaner glue / glue. Go ahead and put pipe together with that. And it's $7 for a little can like this, a half a pint, $7. They don't sell it in quarts. They don't sell it in pints. They don't sell it in gallons. So you are going to be paying about twice what you would pay for glue in America, and that's why I brought that stuff back with me. So a lot of people out there think, well, he's making this stuff up. Yeah, okay. So when that time comes, when I start doing my PVC, and I brought back 1,000 PVC fittings, more than 1,000, but we're just going to say 1,000, because I need several thousand for the hotel. But I brought back enough to go up at least 2 floors for almost every size pipe I'm going to use. The only thing I didn't bring back was pipe. There was no sense cluttering up the container with pipe if I can buy it here for basically the same price. But the fittings here are garbage. Garbage, the plumbing. The PVC plumbing fittings here. The pipe it's Schedule 20. It's not Schedule 40. They don't even know what Schedule 40 is. They don't even know what Schedule 40 is. They don't even know what Schedule 40 is. You might be able to import it from China, Schedule 40, but I didn't get that far yet. But the fittings here, I've seen people put 2-inch drain pipe together and 3-inch drain pipe together and 4-inch drain pipe together and have no stress on it at all. And I've seen the fittings, when they put the pipe in the fittings, I've seen the fittings split. That is the truth. They sell you the garbage quality fittings that's equal to the garbage quality plywood, Chinese marine plywood, Ed Van Hagen. And Ed Van Hagen. So that's the quality of the stuff so I bought all the stuff from America. Now I also brought spools of wire, because they have cheap, they have the lowest grade copper wire you ever saw in your life, and it's probably 30% more than what I paid for it in America. So if I throw a number at you, rest assured, it's cheap at twice the price. You should offer me twice what I ask you for. And then, it's the least you could do. You don't do anything else for me. I don't see anybody helping me in any way. Come in here and say, Mike, I'll give you... Well, my friend Carl the lumberjack, he would help me. And Jack Thompson would help me as soon as he wakes up, because he's up all night on YouTube. And I really should talk to you a little bit further about this YouTube crap. You people are... I have not watched any of the shows from any of the I unsubscribed from most of the channels I was subscribed to. When I see somebody posting a video, as soon as I see the video posted, I'll go there. As soon as I hear them start crying about the lockdown, gone. I just disconnect the channel. If they're crying about something else, disconnect the channel. That guy that's either crying or lying, I'm not associated with his channel anymore either. Wait, he does a lot of crying. I gotta tell you, if you had one of those Libra balance beams, crying in this hand and lying in this one, the balance beam, you'd have to lubricate the fulcrum. Crying and lying, lying and crying. You'd have to lubricate the fulcrum. Anyway, I stopped watching all the major, what was once the, because all they're doing is talking about the lockdown or their sexual exploits. That doesn't interest. How does that help me in my endeavor to build a hotel? It does not. So I've probably not watched a video from anybody who I would normally watch a video from for about 8 or 10 days. And I don't plan on it. And when I see a name pop up that I knew, like now YouTube, because I'm not watching the people and because I unsubscribed from their channel, now YouTube has a new gimmick. They see I'm not watching the videos that I normally watch, so they put it in my recommended feed. And that'd probably be the last topic that I talk about before I go outside. They are screwing you people around mentally and physically. They are destroying what's left of your little brains. They are destroying what's left. Go to your feed. And what do you see on your feed? Cop shows. We arrested the police lieutenant. They arrested a police lieutenant in a corrections facility in some state. He got caught bringing in methamphetamine into the prison system. They must have recommended that video to me for 3 months. And last night, I watched it, part of it, but that's the kind of garbage they're recommending. I don't watch cop shows or people getting speeding tickets. From 4 years ago, a guy got a speeding ticket and he told the cop to go F himself. Really? How does that help you? But look at your feed. Look at your feed. What does it say in your feed? What does it say in your feed? Does it show you anything of any article ever? Corporate chairman of the board got caught stealing funds from the municipal funds in the corp. No, nothing like that. The mayor of Chicago is fighting with a lower person on the totem pole, and they make up like 12 excuses. It's a minute long, the video. Who cares about Mayor Lightfoot in Chicago? Who cares about Chicago at all? I live in the Philippines. Who cares about that stuff? A guy got stops for speeding. I saw a feed. 155 miles an hour in a 65 zone. Big deal. That's nothing. There are cars that go over 200 miles an hour. I used to go 165, 170 almost 3 times a week. But I don't care about somebody speeding. But that's the kind of shit they're posting. Nothing of any value to a YouTuber. You got some clown in Manila that makes videos and he doesn't know the words that he's describing of the things that he's describing in, and day after 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 day, worthless videos. How much, from multiple, how much does it cost to live in the Philippines? How much does it cost to come here for a month? How much does it cost for an apartment in Manila? How much does it cost for an apartment in Subic Bay? How much does it cost for an apartment in what are you people? Are you people insane? Nobody's even coming here for a year. Why would you want to know how much it costs for an apartment in Manila? Especially that the guy isn't even in doing the video. He's taking somebody else's video and showing you the video and then talking about somebody else's video. And you go to his channel and you watch that garbage. Why? I don't understand it. You're not coming here for a year. What are you interested in how much it costs for? Are you just instead of fantasizing about coming to the Philippines, go out and do something. I keep saying this to you people. You'll be better. You'll be a better man or a woman for it. Go out and get a hobby. I don't care what the hobby is. Walking, swimming, summertime, swimming. Go do something exciting. Go jump out of a plane. If there was a place closer to me, I would be working on my free fall. I would get do a tandem jump. They're only $361. And then you do a certain amount of tandem jumps, and then you could do free falls from 10,000 feet. If there was one closer, but the closest way to get to that is 2 days away. Let me read the comments. You go do something with yourselves. What is wrong with you? I'm the only person on YouTube doing anything constructive at all. And probably you people have become mentally lethargic. You have become, they are degrading your mind with the garbage they're putting on YouTube. And then you have the audacity to watch a newspaper article. Tucker Carlson is being watched by the NSA. That's a load of bologna and cheese. He's always been watched by the NSA. But now they want to suck your mind away further from the fact that they haven't given anybody any breaks with starting jobs or the stimulus checks. We're going to give you 12, we're going to give you 1,000, we're going to give you 4,000. They haven't given anybody anything in almost a year now. But we're gonna give it to you. Now Tucker Carlson, the NSA he is just as much part of the deep state, Israel firsters, Trump, Israel firster, as Biden, Israel firster. They're all part of it. And now Russia has become. Now this is because I watched these documentaries for 1 hour long. Russia is now in the game. It's in the big game. When Biden, the week before Biden went to visit President Putin, the week before, Russia had 3,000 noted cases a week, 3,000. Biden went to Russia, and the very next day, Russia had a pandemic of between 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11,000 cases a day. Within 96 hours after Biden leaving, 7,000 cases the next 2 days later, 8,000 the day after that. And now Russia's in a full-blown pandemic. That's because whatever Biden went to Russia to tell him, Putin says, okay, if that's the way it's going to be, then we're on board. And now it's a big, they're doing it. I told you they were going to do it. I warned you. I have videos going back 11 years now, warning you of what was, and I made videos back in 2006 that were prescient and or basically psychic guesses, and they all came true. I told you they were going to destroy America in 2010. No mixed words, no bones about it. How they were going to do it, I told you, and how they're doing it is how I told you. Did I guess? Well, I did a lot of reading, and I knew that what was going to happen was planned back in the 1880s. And you people are knocking me. You people are insane. You're the one sitting there watching me fix crap on my roof. Or when I fly the jet ski, I got to hear 1,000. When is he? I'll do it when it's ready. I'll do it when I'm ready to fly the jet ski. Okay? You don't, nobody on YouTube controls me. Nobody. When I worked for myself for 38 years, I worked for myself for 38 years, so I didn't have to listen to anybody else's worthless rhetoric. Few times I went to work for big companies, they made me the boss. It was no big deal. And then I would work for them until the job was done. I'd piecemeal it out, something like that. I'd tell somebody I'll work for you for 3 months. I'll run the job. I'll order the materials. I'll make sure the men have materials in the morning. If the men don't listen to me because I'm the new guy and all of a sudden I'm the boss, I quit. So I didn't happen a lot that I went on to another guy's job site that guys were working there for 20 years and they put me right in charge because they don't like the way I work. They don't like the idea that I'm going to set up a cutting table with a chop saw and a table saw on it, and nobody's ever going to wait for a piece of lumber when I'm doing the cutting. And we're never going to run out of plywood, and we're never going to run out of 2x4s. We're never going to run out of nails. Everybody's going to be working all day. They can't say we don't have any lumber. So I worked for companies that they didn't have any supplies. The guy was cutting plywood on milk crates. I would set up a 4-foot by 16-foot table. Now we have a chop table and a saw table. And they didn't like that because now everybody had to work. Well, I don't care what you like. I never cared what you like, and I'm never going to care what you like. Now, I'm going to go read the comments and see what kind of ridiculous things you people believe that you could say on my channel. Yeah, look at that. We're live. You could say on my channel. Scott Del Fuego. Thank you. 200 for an on-time shirt plus shipping sounds fair to me. Name the price, Mr. Fazio. You can't value the ability to wear an on-time backhoe. Name. No, Scott. The first shirt is 200 with the shipping. That's because it's going to cost about $70. You people think that I'm charging a lot of money for shirts? If you think that was in the title, it is. When I read it after I posted it, it's a little confusing, Scott. You think I'm charging a lot of money for $200 for a shirt? The shirts cost $26.95 plus tax, $30 for each shirt. And the shipping from the Philippines for one shirt is $70. Where's my end? The Philippines is charging you $70 to ship a pound of clothing. $70. Let me tell you how shipping in the Philippines works. Anything is $60. I don't care if you're shipping a matchbook, which you can't ship, but my GoPro camera is this big, yeah? That big? It costed me well, in order to ship a GoPro camera back to America, you have to take the battery out. So that's $20 for the battery that you have to buy. When it goes to America, they need a battery when they work on it, right? So they charge you $20 for a battery. So, but I can't ship a battery from the Philippines to here, and you can't ship batteries from America to here. Now, the actual price of to ship the GoPro camera was roughly $50. But you had to buy a case, a hardened plastic case for it. So you have to go to the supermarket. And altogether it takes about 2 hours to send a GoPro camera to America with no battery in it. It only weighs 4 ounces. Well, anything under a pound, and then a shirt is That's what they call whatever it is, whatever cloth, something that has to do with cloth. $70 for any shirt, up to a pound. And if you put two shirts in it and it's up to a kilo, it goes up to $90 for two shirts. All right, so that's my mistake, Scott. Scott's this is what they're doing. Who can afford? So if a Filipino lived in the Philippines and they never saw $70 in one spot, they can never ship a shirt to. I shipped 4 of lightest duty garbage piece of material shirts that I ever seen in my life, and it cost me $90. These were, they said Bahal on them. And the kicker is the person I sent them to probably never wore them. I never saw her with them on. Well, that's because they would never fit her, but that's what she wanted, shirts from Bahal that said Bahal on. So they are going to get you deeply in debt to the point where you are bankrupt. Then the NWO will have a plan to forgive your debt, but in return you will be in a conservatorship to the New World Order. Wait and see. Well, that's their Great Reset plan. That's what Scott's talking about. Sabang, let's see what you have to say. Yeah, you're talking about print-on-demand shirts in America. They don't have quality materials. Most of them don't carry jerseys or Gransler. Most of them don't have that. And then what? Now I have to support a woman in America or somebody in America. I have to support them. What about they're going to want to make money too. Sabang, it's a bad idea. Leave it at that. I saw the LOL at the end, but I mean, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. In fact, I'm not going to answer any more of you. I've read a few of your comments. You are allowed to post as long as they stay intelligent, but you and I are done conversing. You did it to break my concentration. You think you're funny. Maybe you didn't do it to break my concentration. It's not funny. It's not something that's feasible. And if you're so smart, then you would know it's not feasible, but you have to get your name up on the screen. Post whatever you like until you post something derogatory, but that would be the last time I ever acknowledge your comment, okay? I told you this once before. I'm not fooling around with you people. I don't care what you think. It was a dumb idea. It's not even a viable idea, because then I have to support somebody in America, and they have to make money. You people... it's amazing the depths that you will go to get your name on the screen for somebody that doesn't want your name on the screen. It's amazing. What you should do now, Sabang, is buy a couple of shirts from me as a way of apologizing. Now I'm going to ask you to go away, or I'm going to ask you not to comment anymore. Or I'm going to ask you to never comment on my page again. That's the way I like it. Now, this is like the second or the third time I've asked people not to comment on my page. I don't care if you have a good idea or not. That's a bad idea, by the way. And you broke my concentration. That's got to cost you something, too. Got to. If you did that to me on my job, Sabang, let me explain to you what would happen to you. If I'm operating a crane, a barge, a tugboat, cutting wood, making a decision as to how much lumber to buy, and you walked up to me and said something stupid like that, I'd probably send you home from work, because my men had specific orders. Don't bother me when I'm working, unless it has to do with work related. I don't need my concentration broke, and you do it all the time. You have to have your name all over the internet. You are... I saw you degrading your ex-hero, who was your hero for years, You're the best. You're the best. And now you're degrading him on a daily. Put your face on your channel. Put your face on the channel with who you are, with your real name, and then I'll consider. Put some videos up, make some playlists. Instead of being the coward that you are, put your name and who you are, what you do in real life, or get off my channel. Don't ever comment on my channel again. Okay? I'm not kidding. Okay, so I'm going to go outside now, and it should be just about the right temperature. It's hot, double hot on the roof. That's the way I like it. I did take a fan out of my New York cargo container. I have a little floor fan that I had stored in there. By the way, the cargo container from New York with my antiques, furnitures, and wood, exotic woods that I brought to build door frames and things like that. There are no termites in the cargo container. I dumped 10 pounds of mothballs, literally, not 20 packages of maybe 8 ounces a package. Yeah, that'd be about 10 pounds. Okay, bye-bye, Sabang. So I literally put 10 pounds of mothballs in the cargo container, dispersed them all over. I put them in with my roll-top desk and my antique file cabinets and stuff like that. When I went in there 3 days ago, I did not see any ants, any termites, or any spiders at all. Nothing. And if you don't see a spider, that means there's no bugs. It was a little bit caustic in there, those mothballs, but it's time to put another 10 pounds in there because I didn't see any mothballs residue. So they evaporate. So that was about a year. So I got to write that down, mothballs. I need 10 pounds. You want to talk about inflation? Let me talk to you about inflation. Mothballs were 29 pesos per bag. 29 pesos per bag. That's 60 cents. When I brought the cargo container back from America 2 years ago, what was it 2 years ago this month, they were 29 pesos per bag. And yesterday when I went 3 days ago when I went to the store, they are now 70 pesos. So they went up double plus 20. They went up 10% of 60, of 30 pesos is 3. They went up 50. They went up 100, excuse me, 110%. 110% increase for the price of mothballs. 110%. And you want to talk about inflation? It's a bag of mothballs. And if I told you what mothballs were made out of, you would say, what justifies going up 110%? Because mothballs are a derivative of basically waste chemicals that they get for free when they manufacture other products. They're not, like, it's not an exotic product. They don't make naphtha. Naphtha is a derivative from cracking raw oil. Naphtha comes from oil, but aliphatic naphtha, all different kinds of naphtha, but it's not specifically made. It's a derivative, but they would have no use for it if it wasn't for mothballs. And certain types of paint that they add it to for binding agents. They call it binding agents. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna get water. You guys, I'm gonna get some energy from my pineapple, my fresh pineapple. And so I have to pay 110% more for mothballs just for that one product. I they're destroying. Look, I can afford mothballs. It's not a problem to go out and buy a couple of bags of mothballs. That's not the point. The point is that Filipinos can no longer afford mothballs. The people that live in the country, where are they going to come up with 70 pesos for a bag of mothballs to protect their clothes in a box? Where are they going to get that money from? There's no work. Everybody went back in my province, everybody went back to fishing and gathering coconuts. And I'm not kidding about that. There are properties here with coconut trees on them that they have guards on the property. So only the locals and only the people that they like can get the coconuts off the trees. Where before, anybody could go in and get all the coconuts they want. Now you go on the property and you can take 2 or 4 coconuts. They know how many kids you got. They're even guarding coconuts now. It's amazing. Coconuts and mothballs. 2 things that are round, but they're different in size, yeah? Wow. How did we get that? So let me have my pineapple. I saw another comment flash on the screen. Fells Naphtha. You know, I don't remember that. I don't. Maybe it's maybe that was in the part of the United States where you lived. We had Baraxo. You can use aliphatic naphtha for cleaning. You're right about that. But it's not a product that is highly used. It's not like when they crack raw crude oil from the ground. Years ago, they could crack 493 products come out of crude oil. Now they might even have more. And naphtha was just a side issue. It wasn't, from when they take something from that they need, or for the plastics and for the nylon and rayon and stuff like that, petroleum jelly. Naphtha was a waste product for all it's used for. It's okay, but it was basically a waste product that. Okay, I've been cleaning stuff my entire life. I've never used naphtha to clean anything. I've used now acetone and that electrical cleaner. Now maybe there's naphtha in the electrical cleaner, DR, if you want to put that information up on the screen. What products have naphtha in it? That you're welcome to do. It's part of the conversation. But I don't think I've ever went out and bought a bottle, or probably comes in glass, of naphtha. So you can't. But the mothballs, again, all the price of oil went up also. I have to go out and find out the price. But when I moved here, gas was 19 pesos per liter, gasoline. Now, I don't use but a gallon of gas a year for my chainsaw. But now it's 54 pesos. So what is that? 19 is 36 and 19 is 46. It went up 200%, the price of gas. So you have Filipinos that only make 50 pesos an hour when they work. How are they going to spend an hour and a half's wages for 8 ounces of mothballs? They're not going to do it. They are destroying. They are destroying the buying power of a Filipino. In fact, when I went out for the buffet last week and a half ago, the buffet went from 786 pesos down to 400. A lot less foods, but there's a lot less people. Everything. They can't sell anything. I looked online. The rebar bender that I put the deposit down on, I started to tell people earlier, and I did. I put a deposit down on it. They're sending me back my deposit because I can't go to Manila to pick it up. They won't ship it. Okay. All right. Well, I know aliphatic naphtha is used for cleaning and also in paint for doing skin dope and fabric. When we put the fabric coating on old style wooden airplanes with skin dope and fabric, there was naphtha in aliphatic naphtha was in the rosin as a binding agent. Anyway, so now I have to go out and spend an extra $1,000 because there's no more of those machines that I wanted. And she said, if you can come to Manila, you can. I just didn't have the time because of the lockdown to go to Manila. And she said, well, we'll send you back your deposit, but we're going to sell the machine. I said, okay. I mean, I can't do anything about that. It's a stronger paint thinner than mineral spirits. Now that makes me interested. It's a stronger paint thinner than mineral spirits. Well, okay, naphtha. All right. I use turpentine. I've always had. I didn't actually know that naphtha. I'll look on the shelf here to see if they have naphtha as a paint thinner because turpentine works. Mineral spirits is just basically a light duty oil. It's garbage. It does not bond, add any bonding process to the material at all. Mineral spirits. It's basically garbage. I have not used or bought mineral spirits in 25 years. I have some that when I cleaned out houses and stuff in New York, they'd have a gallon or two of it laying around. I brought it with me, but I mean, I have never bought any. It's garbage. I use turpentine, but I'll check out the naphtha. Right now, we're gonna go outside and we're gonna play in the sun. As soon as I get a bottle of water, ice water. Hey, this is ice water, baby. Yep. They are destroying. I mean, when you can't afford mothballs, it don't get much worse than that, yeah? I mean, who couldn't afford mothballs? And I have, thank God, thank the gods. I actually have, I saw this morning by chance. I think I have about 6 or 7 bags of mothballs, maybe even more. Plus I have a container over there. I've had this plastic bottle in my freezer probably 5 years now because I don't use new plastic bottles because of the chemicals that leach out of the plastic. When I get a plastic bottle, I use it forever. And then eventually it stops tasting like plastic. And this is one of them. This is the few things that I have in plastic is ice water. Okay, we are 45 seconds from walking out of this house. Oh, Scott! 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 Look what I got, Scott. You are going to be... I told you. This is Morton's kosher salt. Morton's kosher salt in here. I brought back 10 pounds. 10 pounds? Probably more than that. This is Morton's, and this is Diamond crystal salt. I have been telling you people for 2 years. For 2 years, I told you that there's something in the salt in the Philippines that gave me the infection on my leg and my feet and made my feet swell. And everybody except Dr. Annie Grace did not listen to me. Nobody listened to me. Nobody believes me that the salt in the Philippines has something added to it that make my feet swell. If I just sprinkle like a normal amount of salt, let's say I had a hamburger, which I don't eat, but let's say I had one, and you put salt on your hamburger. That little bit of salt that you'd sprinkle on your hamburger would make my feet swell where they wouldn't fit in my shoes. The Morton's crystal salt and the Diamond salt, I used one in the morning yesterday, one in the afternoon. I had to dry it because that box got wet somehow. I don't know where the water came from. I had foods stored in it. Somehow the water got in the box of the salt, and the boxes got wet. I put it in a big pot and dried it out in the sun to where it went back into crystal forms. But I ate 5 times the amount of salt. Morton's and Diamond Crystal. 5 times the amount of salt that I should use in the morning, 5 times the amount of salt I should use in the afternoon, and then 5 times more the amount of salt that I ate at night as a test to see if my feet would swell up. Because they don't just swell up for an hour, they swell up for 5 hours. Nothing happened to my feet. No swelling. No burning from the wounds. The salt in the Philippines, as soon as I eat it, the wounds, you can start to feel them. It's like someone's poking it with a toothpick. So I ate roughly 15 times the amount of salt I would use on something from the Philippine salt, but I don't use Philippine salt anymore. But I would eat and nothing happened. So I am right. They are putting something in the salt. And this kosher salt, I have 1 kilo over there, a kilo here. And I know I have at least 2 or 3 more kilos, so I'm good with the salt. What are you guys talking about? You know what, Scott? You might be right, Scott. Because I couldn't... You saw the box that the salt was in. You might be right about that. I never thought about that. Because the box that the salt was in was covered. Only 2 ounces could have came out at maximum from the hot pepper jar. But there was a half a quart of water in the box. And everything was saturated. You might be very correct about that. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I never thought about that. Scott's breaking my chops now. He had a ribeye steak. That's good to hear. It's good to hear, buddy. Good to hear. Nice to know you had a ribeye steak. $25 a pound. Wow, that's expensive. It's a hygroscopic. All right, well, that might explain it, because the box that the salt was in was 5 feet back from the door. On the ceiling, there were no spots of water. You saw that. And how can the wind blow water back 5 feet if nothing in front of the box was wet? I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Okay, so we're going outside. I'm gonna put you. Put you guys on. On the. Put you on top. I'll put you in a box in the shade. No, I'll put you up on the roof right away. Okay, shut the light off. Wow, no wonder I couldn't figure out where that water came from. Yeah, it sucked the water, the moisture out of the air. Wow, that was a mystery has been solved. Thank you, Scott. Again, we into the breach. Look at that. Look how nice that looks. I cut all the grass. And once again, into the breach. Let's see what wonderful thing. Let's see what I should do today. Maybe, that thing got to go up on the roof anyway. Yeah, that sheet of plywood got to go up on the roof. And the one thing about that sheet of plywood that it doesn't do, if I say, hey, up on the roof, the sheet will just not, it'll make like it didn't hear me at all. Look at this. Termite damage, baby. This is termite damage on marine plywood. On marine plywood. This is termite damage. And notice it didn't eat the wood, but all the wood is separated. It ate the glue. Those Chinese chemical engineers, they figured out a way to put a glue that the termites enjoy to eat in the wood. Yeah, baby. So here's that sheet of plywood behind me. I'm going to flip it up, and then I'm going to stand it up, and then I'm going to go on the roof and pull it up. So what you're going to watch is me flip it up after we do the 4 gulps and 7 bubbles. That's the way real men drink water. Now, talking about real men, I have a series of videos called Barge Dragon that I found inside the container with the salt. Number 1, baby. Thank you, DR. I found a bag, I found a drive that I have videos dating back to 1984. And we're going to do, the name of that series is going to be called Real Men. It's going to have real men in the title. Real men own barges. Frail men don't own barges. Or real men own barges, frail men own nothing. Something like that. We're going to have real and frail in the same sentence because they go together. Not in real life, but in my poetic stance on reality. Okay, so this piece of wood, when I get the wood flipped up and put it on my head, then this piece of wood here holds it up, pushes it up the rest of the way. So the first thing we're going to do it's a 4 stage process, right? The first thing we're going to do is, okay, push this up one hand like that, put it like that. Oh, I just felt a raindrop. One hand like that. We got the board there. Then we bend down, because real men can bend down to the floor and touch their toes. And we're going to push the sheet up and flip it up against the container. Ready? That's stage 2. Now I have to go up on the platform and flip it up, the end of it up towards the sky. I'm coming. I want to wet my bandana and my head down a little bit. Railmen and Frailmen. There's going to be a big accent on real men and frail men in the titles of the up-and-coming Barge Dragon videos. This way, we're going to separate the real men from the frail men, so to speak. Separating the real men from the frail men. Yeah, I do that well with my videos. Frail men need not apply. I picture that guy Sabang a frail man for some reason. He certainly doesn't have the manliness of putting his face and who he is on the channel. And of course he won't prove that he's a real man, because all of you guys just want to have your name up on in the comments section, but you don't want anybody to know who you are, which is why I show you basically no respect at all. And you're never going to get any until I know who I'm talking to. If I don't know who I'm talking to, why do I need to show you respect? Why does anybody need to show you respect? I'm at a quandary here. I'm right at a tipping, what's called a tipping point. I wonder. You know, I bet I could toss this up this way. I bet I could do that. I can. Progress. All right, I gotta come down, get the camera, and then go back up. Now I'm gonna clean this off a little better. Might as well. I gotta really start preparing to move this carpet, which is gonna happen soon. That goes up, that goes up. That's all. I got a bucket of water on the roof already. I think. Real men versus frail men. Barge dragging videos. Show you what it's like to be a real man in Mike's world. See how many of you people could follow in my footsteps. Probably of the 1,000 people I've ever met in my entire life in the marine industry, even my dad, who was in the business for 48 years, said he doesn't know another man that could do what I did by bringing my barge back from Michigan to New York by myself. And my dad was one of the best tugboat captains that ever lived. Not because he was my dad, but because he was. And he said that not at his age, because when I left New York in 1998, well, when I went to buy the barge in 1988, he would not have done what I did. No, because he knew what I did. I called them up every couple of days. But when I was 10 years later, when I was 45, in 1998, 43, nobody at my age would have did what I did by myself. I did it. I brought the barge from New York to Florida in the winter, in a blizzard, snowstorms. Nobody would have did it. Everybody just said you're completely insane, including the Coast Guard, who had to assist me at Norfolk, Virginia, and the guys that opened and closed the locks and bridges for me. They said, we've never seen anybody else do this by themselves. So you'll see a little bit, I have about 4 or 5 hours of that trip on this drive, maybe more someplace else. You'll see what it takes to be a man, a real man, not a frail man, a real man in Mike's world. And then, this is a direct message to the few people that are still out there breaking my chops. When you see the barge dragging videos, I want you to understand something. That's what a real man can do in work. Imagine what a real man could do in play. Skydiving, scuba diving. ocean race boat driving. Imagine when a real man wants to do something in play, how much fun he could have. I got to get this rope hooked onto a bucket. Frail man, pay attention to what I just said. Real men can do a lot of things. They can go scuba diving. They could go skydiving. They could race ocean racers. They can pick up 75 pounds of sheets of plywood by bending over down to the floor. They can carry water bottles. That's another thing. You frail men out there, you frail men couldn't carry my water. But that'll all be in the Frail Man, Real Man series. Okay, I gotta maneuver this rope around. Oh, can't maneuver it much more than that. Whoa, hooked it the very first time. Frail men do this with 40 pounds in the bucket. Frail man would have just had a sciatica incident. The frail man would be, oh my God, my sciatica. I gotta put it next to my cherry ice cream in the refrigerator. My sciatica's gone, whacked up, whacked out. Okay, we got it all up here. Fucking drunk. All right. You know what I should do? I think I'll just put this camera. I forgot all about that. That 1970s, 19. Yeah, I forgot all about. Especially that one trip that you read about. Oh my God! I wish I could. I so much wish I had a video of that. Ah! I never did get my $1,500. That was one of the longest standing jokes. Hey. Uh-oh. 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 I'm moving this cord out of the way because I don't need to walk over it. I don't need it where it was, then I don't want to trip on it. So I want to move the plywood without smacking the cord down, plywood on the cord or anything like that. Ah! Ah! Okay, gonna have to drop flip this. Ready? 1, 2. Ah. Sorry. All right. Now, what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna move a huge bundle of tarpaulin. That's gonna be, oh, I'm gonna take these ropes down. Scott knows what I'm talking about. I'm gonna take these ropes down for the New York cargo container to hang them on the hooks from the ceiling, so I have like a monkey grabs, something to grab onto with it, so when I'm walking over the boxes I have balance. All right, now, okay, so I could turn this camera now. I can move the camera over to give you a better angle, because that's where I'm going to be working. Ow! You know, I'm going to tell a funny story before I go back to work. It's not funny to me, and I didn't let him think it was funny either. But it is a true story. I could show you the motorcycle. So, for about, several months, we'll just say several months, one of my neighbors, this is what it's like living in the Philippines. For several months, and a neighbor that I get along with really well. I mean, I see him two, three, four times. We always say hello to each other every time. We never had an argument. There's never been any words between us. But for several months, he's been asking me to borrow 10,000 pesos. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. I mean, it's just not going to happen. I'll pay you. But each time he asks for the pesos, he extends, and this is a good thing. He extended his house out 10 feet to one side, no permit, but they don't get permits here for work like that. Then when he made the little extension where it was kind of like just a small room, then he changed what was a wooden wall to a block wall, and then the back of the wall was wood, was a block wall, and then the front of the wall that was a wood wall and with a door is a concrete wall now. And each time he asked me for money, he would do a bunch of work, which is good. He's expanding his little business and his house at the same time. So eventually that room became a rental, but he has never rented it because there's nobody to rent it to. But he built a rental. So and he put an air conditioner in there and everything. Nobody has air conditioning on the block, really. So about a month ago, he started asking me for 10,000 pesos. Whenever I saw him, Michael, can you lend me 10,000 pesos? To the point where it got to be a joke. I said, look, I'm not going to lend you money. He said, why not? It's because you're not going to pay me back, and that's going to cause a problem. No, I'll pay you back. I says, every time you ask me for $10,000, you do work. You build a concrete wall, you put a window in, you buy an air conditioner. You're going to take my money. It'll be 5 years before I get the money back. Well, what difference does it make you rich? I said, we're done talking. Goodbye. Walk away. 2 days later, at his house, he's got a brand new 70,000 peso motorcycle sitting in front of the house. Brand new. I don't know if he bought it on credit or he paid cash for it. I didn't ask. I congratulated him on his new motorcycle. And I didn't talk about the 10,000 pesos. But this is, so if I would have gave him 10,000 pesos, he would have just put that as a deposit on the motorcycle, and there would be that many more years. Be worked it off with him. And he can't do physical work. Well, he could, but couldn't do physical work for me. And I'd never get the money back. Don't lend people money here. But anyway, he told me he's broke, he has no money. And then he went out and bought a 70,000 peso motorcycle with the money that, wherever he got it from, God bless him. But it wasn't me. So right now, we're going to pull that pink plastic up. And I'm going to needle scale underneath the pink vinyl. I'm going to blow it off first. So the bottom line to that story is, number one, he wasn't broke. Number two, he didn't need the money for food or anything like that. He just wanted I didn't ask him what he wanted the money for anyway. That's too much information. I don't know. I don't care. You're not getting it from me, so it doesn't matter. But he didn't need the money. He wasn't broke, and he was going to use it to buy a brand new motorcycle. That's how they do things here. Oh, this is crazy. I just blew the water off the roof and now it's raining. I'm gonna needle scale anyway. I gotta get the air hose. It's right next door to the. It's in the back of the. It's hanging up in the back. Christian. Oh, hello, Ashley. Mein Bundtag. Christian.
Huh?
Christian.
Why?
You're gonna get that now?
No, it's okay later.
Later?
It's raining now.
I'm gonna end up putting it inside your bedroom.
No, no.
Yeah. Get rid of that stuff. Sleeping on it tonight. All right. That's like a long-standing joke we have. He can't cut the bougainvillea trees down with his hands because he gets thorns stuck in his hands. They got those 2-inch thorns, and when I chop the stuff, when I bring the chainsaw out in the front of the yard, I cut his bougainvillea tree down. But then the kids walk through the debris, and they're gonna step on those thorns. I told him the other day, you got to move that stuff. Yeah, I'll get to it. But he went to the beach. I'm not used to asking people 3 or 4 times to do something, especially that I did him the favor to cut his thorn bushes down. Now, today, if it doesn't disappear, that stuff, I'll put it inside his gate, right inside the gate for him so that he has to move it. Because the children walk on their bare feet in the area where the thorn bushes are laying on the floor. It's not fair. These kids are going to end up in the hospital because he wants to go to the beach, or he wants to watch. He watches his video games on his phone. Got to move that stuff. Got to be today. Move that shit. All right, let's see what you could see. All right, I'll check the comments. No, yeah, I will. And then I'm done with the comments. And at least for half an hour. The streets. The streets of New York City. That was just so much part of my life. I don't even think about that. Yeah, running a tugboat is hard because you got to account for drift, current, windage, tidal changes, um, uh, depth of water. When you could be in deep water and there's no current, and shallow water and the current will change 50 degrees from your plotted course, and it'll run you right into a bridge if you got a big tow on you. There's a lot to learn about being a tugboat captain. Yeah, that leg injury slowed me down for quite a bit, but I'm starting to get feeling better now. Okay. All right, so I'm going to just do a little bit of needle scaling. Close your ears. Chinese plywood. You want some Chinese plywood? Some nice 3/4 inch Chinese marine plywood? There you go. Here's some nice Chinese marine plywood, 3/4 of an inch. There you go. Here's some more. Nice 3/4 inch Chinese marine plywood, 3 years. 3 years. And it turned into garbage. Now for my next trick. Well, one more thing. All right, so I think I'm gonna just move this the jet ski. I'll push the tongue of the jet ski over about 2 feet, if I can, and I don't know that I can't. Uh, I can't see what you could see. Where did it go? Okay, I'm gonna try. I I might have to go get the air nozzle to fill up the tires, but I want to pull the trailer back this way now, and then I'll be able to bang that side, blow it off, and then what's got to happen after I get all of this stuff needle scaled down, what got to happen is it's got to become. I have we have internet problems today. I have that elastomeric, so after I knock all the dust off of it, I'll just blow it really good with the blower. I'm only getting the heavy nod off of there. Then put the plywood on top of that. The nodules are not wanting to punch a hole. Won't make a difference because I'm getting 2 more layers after this because I'm still putting the rebar bend. If it does make a difference, it'll last much longer. Jet ski back in the opposite direction if I can, because there's no air in the tires. It makes it a little hard to do that. And if I can do that, I will. And if I can't, then I'll have to go. You know what I could do? I think with this particular size air fitting, I think I can blow air right into the tire. I think I could blow air into the tire with this, without a nozzle. I've done it before. No. Not with this setup here. All right, well, I'll just try to push it over. If it doesn't push, then I'll go get the air hose nozzle. Went a little. Went a little more. Went a little more. Went a little more. Went a little more. Went a lot more. All right. Now the other side is freed up, ready for me to hammer. Let's see what I can see here. This is really the last section that I have to pound on. Where I went up to here today, because from here on, I don't need to do much, if anything at all. I do want to wash off my head a little bit. Whew, feels good. All right. That's just a little fresh water with some rainwater mixed in for the last couple of days. Maybe a few mosquito larvae as well. But I don't have my glasses on, so I won't know that for a fact. Nor will I care. I wonder if there are mosquito larvae in there. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, there are. I'll have to remember not to drink any of that. Huh. Well, I think we're just about done. I'm sure we're just about done. Another 45 minutes. That's all. I don't even think that much. Yeah. That row is done. That row has nothing. The next row has nothing. And the vinyl will go up to there. So I'll be able to put one more 2-meter swath of vinyl and two more sheets. And then I'll be able to do the end of the container. Yeah, I'm not real concerned so much about this. I want to get off the big heavy nodules, so when I put the plywood on top of the vinyl, it won't make a difference, because first of all, the water would have to go through plywood, the 3/4 inch plywood, then industrial grade rubberized canvas that covers the whole container. And underneath that canvas is going to be 3/8 of an inch of industrial grade foam. And then under that foam is going to be this layer of 3/4 inch plywood. And under this 3/4 inch plywood is going to be the vinyl and the isomeric bonding agent to the roof, because that's what I bought it for. If there's holes, it's so thick that it covers up small holes, and with the vinyl on top of that, it makes like a roof, like an SAS roof almost. Not SAS, a rollout roof. All right, so one thing I do have to do, I'm gonna bring the chainsaw up next, not today, when it's sunny out. And I'm gonna cut off that garbage 3/4 inch marine plywood, so that I'll be able to slip the vinyl underneath that and the plywood underneath there easy. I could do it now by jacking up the roof a little bit with a wedge, because I could actually pick it up with my hand. Well, but I won't do it like that. I'll cut the plywood that's all rotted off the edge, 6 inches off the edge, and then I'll have a clear shot to do what I want to do. All right, I'm gonna check the comments. I might even respond to something intelligent if you have something that you want to say, but I won't spend a lot of time with that. And only if it's really intelligent, and only if it's on topic. If it's off topic, then it gets ignored. Scott did mention that my leg has slowed me down considerably. I'll tell you how much it slowed me down. We could say a frail man. We could say a frail man. A frail man. We could say the frail men of this world have been able to do work under the duress that my leg has caused me in the last, well, I only started working again in December. So, but a lesser man, a frail man, the frail men, could never do what I have done. And I'm telling you guys that keep breaking my chops, the same way I work is the same way I play. So be prepared for that. Tomato sandwiches. No, you can't get. Oh, God. That. Tomato sandwiches. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Do I miss? You know, I think you remember my dad. My dad always had a garden, no matter how hard he worked, no matter how many hours he worked. If he had to work 80 hours a week, he had a garden. And he took care of it too. It wasn't like we didn't help him. You know, I mean, if he wanted help with something, we'd help him. But he took care of his own garden till he was 75, till he died. And he had, usually there were 12 or 14. We used the metal that you put in concrete matting with the 6-inch by 6-inch holes and 1/4-inch metal bars that reinforces like sidewalks and stuff like that. Very light duty stuff. We made cages. My dad did, not we. I didn't do that. But he made cages about 20 inches in diameter, 24 inches in diameter. And when the tomato plants grow up, the thing that stops the tomato plants from getting too many tomatoes on it is the fact that the tomatoes knock the plant itself over when you have beef, and if you have a lot of tomatoes especially. But in those 6x6 matting, the concrete wire matting, as the plant grew up, you could move the branches with the tomatoes up to the next level. So the cage itself held the branch that the tomatoes were on. And my dad would get plants that would normally only go 3 feet high. He'd get them to grow, the matting was 6 feet in width and then 2 feet in diameter around. He'd get the plants to grow up higher than the matting, 6.5, 7 feet. And we would get hundreds of more pounds and hundreds of more tomatoes. And as the plant grew, he went out there and he'd see a branch with a bunch of tomatoes on it, and the branch was down low. He would pull the branch out, move the cage over a little bit, and put the branch up into the next layer of the cage. So basically, he adjusted the tomato plants. But we would get enough tomatoes to make about 10 gallons of sauce, puree, sometimes more. That would be 40 quarts. Yeah, that was about right. About 40, 50 quarts he'd make. And he would freeze that. And then we would buy what was Progresso tomato paste and Progresso tomatoes in the can. So instead of making only Progresso tomatoes and Progresso tomato paste and Progresso tomato puree, to let's say 1 gallon of Progresso products, we'd add 2 quarts of the summer tomatoes puree. And that gave it 100 times better flavor because you had fresh tomatoes. And we had tomatoes. We would eat tomatoes. How many thousands of tomatoes have I eaten just by themselves or with bread and mayonnaise? Thousands. And he would we'd have cherry tomatoes, plum tomatoes, and beefsteak tomatoes, which could be up to 1.5 pounds or 2 pounds. And we used to eat tomatoes, from breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We didn't eat any. And I don't know how many thousands of pounds of tomatoes I ate, but That was here. It wouldn't matter here. Even if you had tomatoes here, you'd only get this garbage beefsteak tomato seeds. They don't grow here. I don't know why they don't grow, but they don't grow. I might try them when I get the hotel built up to a floor where I could have a couple of buckets of dirt, and I'll try. I have beefsteak tomato seeds, but I tried them a few times on the ground in the backyard. I mean, on the deck next door when I lived next door, and you got to water them 2 or 3 times a day. And I think for the 5 months that I planted those plants and the tree grew a decent size, 2 or 3 feet. On one tree, I got 1 tomato, and on another tree, I got 2 tomatoes, and I never tried it again. And it was good, fertile soil. I went into the forest right behind where I am now, but I didn't get any tomatoes, and I watered them every day. I did what you had to do to grow tomatoes, but and good bread, no, we can't get good bread here. Yeah, I keep, I do have to keep doing what everything I've done before. A Prince spaghetti night. Yeah, my dad. We had a beautiful garden. My dad did. I don't think in any one year, I don't think I spent more than a couple of hours helping him at most. When he got older, I would bring over my rototiller, or I would just turn the dirt over, and we'd go out and get like 50 pounds of fish heads, and from John over at the little the yellow shed, and we get about 50 pounds of guts and fish, and we throw it in the dirt and just turn it over, and in the next year that soil was fertile like you wouldn't believe. But I never helped my dad more than an hour or two. He wouldn't let you. He didn't want anybody touching his garden, and I don't like gardening, so that worked out well. So this is you know what I'll do? I might as well just go get no, yeah. You know what I'll do? I think I'll just go get the chainsaw and cut that wood out of there. It won't make a difference really. It's only a 10 minutes work. What I could do is move that plywood out of there, because let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I could use 2 of those sheets there, but I could put them over there. And the third sheet I could leave over there for like a kind of a table. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I think I'm going to move those sheets of plywood over there, that are over there. I think I'll move those over here behind me. Well, let's move this barrel out of here. Okay. Ah! Okay, I'll move this barrel back over here. I'll move those sheets. This type of work isn't for the frail, you know. Frail men need not apply. Uh. Ah! All right, we got it. We got it going on now, yeah? We do. Got it going on now. I'm gonna drop it. Control drop though. Here it comes. Huh. Well, we don't want it that way. We could do it that way though. So now it's gonna drop down a little bit. I'm gonna have to kick out the bottom. Planned. Control drop. Kind of like a right hook that comes out of nowhere. A controlled drop. That's what you could call it. When the right one comes out from nowhere, it's a controlled drop. Controlled drop. All right. That's one. Okay, we're gonna pick up the sheet vertical, and then we're going horizontal. You know what I'm gonna do first though? That tree interfered with me once. That's enough. Push it back over here. And that'll be the end of that. Yeah. When the right one. Yeah, baby. All right, we'll flip it down. Flip it down a little more. And down a little more. Uh-oh. Bring it back. Down a little more. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah. A controlled drop. Just remember that. Ah! Huh. 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 Another controlled drop with the right hand coming down to the floor. Huh, huh, up. Huh, huh. A control drop. All right. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, that one. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna hit it with the hammer first. If I can chisel it off with the back of the hammer, I'll do that. Because I don't care. To go up and down just for the chainsaw, I think I could, I'll chisel it off with the hammer claw. I don't need all this crap up here. I really don't need it all up here. Well, let's see if you could see the hammer claw is about ready to become a hammer chainsaw. A hammer chainsaw, baby. Of course, it's going to be controlled with a right hand. Will I have enough strength in my right hand to turn the hammer claw into a hammer chainsaw? Those questions have been asked many times before and answered. In the positive. asked and answered. Ow! Cocksucker. Alrighty. Well, I don't think the camera has more than 10 minutes more of battery. I doubt that. If the battery is still even on. I don't know. Yeah? Yeah, it should only last. Yep, there it goes. Should only last a few more minutes. Huh. So, I'll let you watch the the ocean while I put the tools away. That's the view from the second floor. I'll be. It's going to take. I just only have one bucket of tools, so it shouldn't take any more than a couple of minutes. All right. Huh. What a nice day. There's the beach. I think I see some people swimming. Yeah, there's some people on the far side of that yellow barge there. Well, there was. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll leave you here while I lower the tools down to the, enjoy the view. For those of you, now, I seriously doubt that Philly in the Philippines left a comment on my page. Seriously doubt that. And that's Philly, Philippines, so I don't know that he's the kind of guy that has fake accounts. So I don't believe that Philly, Philippines is Philly in the Philippines. So you've been blocked, so don't go telling people that Philly in the Philippines was on my channel talking smack, because I don't believe it was Philly in the Philippines. I know pretty much who it is, and one day we'll rectify this situation. It'll only take a few minutes. One day you'll wake up and realize that you made a mistake. You made a mistake. And I don't know what to tell you after that. But I hear all kinds of stories. Probably it's the Frail Man. If I had to make a decision, I'd say it was the Frail Man, Mr. Pelican Legs, Pelican Arms. He's got, you know what that guy, let's talk a little bit of truth here. So that guy, the Frail Man, going back 3 weeks ago, posted, I didn't know he had a new page, because he changes his page from day to day, week to week, hour to hour sometimes. So he posted a link to one of his worthless videos, and he sent it to some guy called Ace Bachelor, who used to stop by once in a while, but I'm really glad he doesn't stop by anymore, because he goes to some really weird channels. I'm really not into people that go to those channels, and I don't care that they go there. That they can go there if they want, but when they comment on somebody's channel that's a complete degenerate, I don't see the point of that. Just so you can have your name on a degenerate channel kind of makes you a degenerate, in my opinion, as well. But anyway, the Frail Man posted a link, and it was on some obscure video to an obscure name. It wasn't one of my main videos, and it was going back almost a year. Ace Bachelor something. Relatively, the guy makes his own videos. He's going to move to the Philippines. I wish him luck, but he posted, the Frail Man posted a link to Ace Bachelor's page. I mean, to his comment. But that comment was like a year old. So it's not one of my newer videos. It's not even something I would remember the name of. But I clicked his name to see who it was, because there's so many people with his name now, or the name. I don't know if he had the original name or not, but there's so many people with that name There's got to be 5 or 6 channels with that name now. Well, I went to look for that comment today. Maybe he took it, and he actually, this guy, the Frail Man, doesn't do anything at all, but he lives in YouTube. He's not on YouTube, he lives in it. Because in order for him to know where the comment was from a year ago. Yo. Hey, are you blind? In order for him... Oh. In order for him to know. Are you going fishing? They're all going fishing. They got huge nets. How come you don't have a... How come you have a net like that? He's in a hurry to go fishing. I guess they all go fishing together. So, in order for the Frail Man... Okay, so what does that mean? That he went back to a comment that was made 3-4 weeks ago, but on a video that's a year old. So it's not an upfront video where it's noticeable. That guy must write down or somehow note every place he leaves a comment, because it's not the first time he's done it. He's left links in several places, and you go back the next day, and he has removed his comment. He spends an inordinate amount of time. I mean, like, if you leave a comment, you forget I would forget the comment was there about 10 minutes after I made the comment, and I'd never remember what video it was on. But he goes and leaves comments, and then 3 weeks later, he goes back to the channel and removes the link. Because Ace Bachelor was still there, but he removed the comment from Ace Bachelor, which means that's a dog catcher. Wow, there's a dog catcher now. Holy macaroni. I just saw a dog catcher with like 12 dogs, and that's great. Ace Bachelor, Ace Bachelor left a comment there, but he removed the link. So how could anybody have so much or so little of a completely worthless life, and I mean worthless, that they leave a comment and they keep track of the comments that they left 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago, and then they go back to see if someone commented on it, and then they remove the link or the comment. What a misuse of oxygen, in my opinion. Misuse of energy. Holy mackerel! I mean, could you imagine having nothing to do with your life at all, but to keep track of comments that you made 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, and then you go back and remove them? I mean, he's been doing this for years, but I just talked about it now. That's one sick little tiny brain he has to go back and remember that he left a comment 5 weeks ago on some oddball video that's a year old. What a sick way to live life. Okay. Well, that's the first time I ever saw a dog catcher. What they should do is, well, you know what? I hope they get some of those dogs off the beach, because there are a lot of them. Yeah, what a Frail Man doesn't have much to do with his life, I'll tell you that. Removing comments that he made 3 or 4 weeks ago. Who does that? Frail Man, Pelican legs. Pelican arms. You know, that dog catcher went right past all these dogs. Well, any dogs, they get off out of the neighborhood better than no dogs. Maybe that's what those guys with the big nets were doing. They had those big green nets. Maybe they're dog catching nets. I don't know. Could be. Okay. All right. It's about 2:30, which means for me, my day started at about 6 o'clock. So, and I have 1 hour to put stuff together, to put stuff away still. So, I'm definitely going to be done for the day right now. All right, let me put this on the barrel. Yeah, I'm done. I'm just going to put everything away because I still have another hour. You know those big green nets that I thought the guys were going to go fishing with? That might have been the dog catchers nets. Christian, come here. Come on, get that stuff. Huh? You want something to put it in? Yeah, these. You want to know why I don't want to work with the Filipinos? They would rather do nothing every chance they get than do what they're responsible to do until you push them to get the job done. It's an amazing thing living here in the Philippines. I gotta tell you. Shit's gonna end up on his picnic table behind his house. Huh. Now, if it was like 1 o'clock, I would have put because the sun just came out, I would have put the polymer on the deck. But this needs about 2 hours to dry out all the way down to the inside of the rusted nodules and stuff. So I'll take this cover off on a sunny day, maybe tomorrow, put the polymer down when it dries, and then I'll put the plywood down. Not in any hurry. It won't, the roof, although it has holes in it, this vinyl will 100% stop any water from going into those to any of the holes. All right, fan is away. The plastic's laid down over the holes, over the edge of the container. All right, that's done. That rope, we can take that out of the sun. Leave it there, helps stop it from blowing around. And we're going. That's done. All right. And that is my yellow paint that I couldn't find. Okay, I wonder how much of that I have. Okay, I don't need the sledgehammer up here anymore. I can take that downstairs. Ah, ah, ah. Around this time of the day, my wound on my leg, it gets itchy. Where you want to scratch it, but I can't because I got 2 layers of cloth on top of it. And scratching it is not a good thing. But man, that thing, because I've had the dressing on since 3 o'clock this morning. I get up around 2 or 3 o'clock and dress it. And then now again, I'll dress it in a little while. I'm supposed to dress it twice a day. I try to do that. Okay. Hammer throw. Success. Okay. How much yellow paint do I have? Lord knows I haven't painted anything sun yellow in a couple of days. Hook, fishing, hook, caught. Oh, not exactly. Doesn't work like that, but it will work like this. Ah! That's done. Oh, God. That's not good at all. Oh. 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 Shit. Oh, boy. That wasn't good. Ah, okay. Oh. All right. That's done. Oh. Blah, blah, blah. That's what that is. Blah, blah, blah. You hear those guys talking? You would think they were discussing world politics. They're probably not talking about nothing much more than did you go fishing yesterday? They gotta let everybody know that they're there. They're on it. I wish I knew what they were talking about. All right. I think Scott should be getting ready to go to sleep by now, yeah, Scott? But that's okay. I'm gonna wrap it up now anyway. Thank you for hanging in there, Scott. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm done. My legs are very tired as well. But my leg is also, it's really super itchy from, it's got to be dressed. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I will show you, what, hello, Mickey Mason, thank you for saying hello, and thank you for not commenting as well. I really appreciate when people just come and watch and enjoy the show, and you always like to say good night. Thank you for that. Let me show you what I'm on about this guy next door. Okay, so first of all, let me discuss the mindset of Filipinos. If you give them a job, and during the course of that day, they can do nothing without somebody watching or complaining, they will. In other words, let's just say, go back to my on-time backhoe days, or my decks, my Zola Craft decks and docks days, right? I had 20 men working for me. 10, 11, 5, 3, sometimes 20. And there were, when I ordered lumber, I would order a 40-foot tractor trailer truck of lumber. And I would set up 2 or 3 or 4 jobs with that lumber. So I would jump in my car and meet the truck at the first delivery site. And the driver and the company knew there were 4 drops because it was all with a boom, the boom truck. And maybe I had poles. Maybe I had 30-foot poles to go to one job, and I had 45-foot poles to go on another job. But in the interim, there were, I don't know how many units were on a truck. I might order 8, 9, 10, 11 units. The units were 10 boards wide, not 10 boards, 8 boards wide, 48 inches wide, and 42 boards high. So 42 times, there's 320 boards per unit. Now I could leave my men alone, like Johnny Mac and Tiger and Jimmy Hardbody, and I could leave that crew alone. They would move. They would not stop moving boards because they know if I came back and they weren't moving, or I was across the canal looking at them and they weren't moving boards, that was their last day. So they had a choice. They could either work, do what they were getting paid to do, good money, by the way, or they could find another job. And my job was always within 2 or 3 minutes of their houses. So they don't want to go looking for another job. But I had other guys like Anthony Canora. He was a good worker, but if you left him alone with John, they would take off a half hour, 45 minutes. And if you left him alone with the slacker, there was a guy, an Irish guy, we used to call him the slacker. He was a hard worker, but whenever he could, he would slack. Anyway, my guys knew that if I stood across the canal, or came into the yard and they weren't working, they were going home. Then I might not have fired them, but I would send them home for the day and dock them their pay. That kept them busy. Even if they were just moving slow, they were moving. But I'm not going to pay men $200 an hour, $300 an hour. When I leave, they're not doing anything. It's costing me $300 an hour. Imagine if they all did it at the same time. But these guys in the Philippines, they will slack every chance they get. So let me show you why. Now, I went through the trouble of cutting his bougainvillea tree down and piling it in a pile. And I told him, you move it. Yeah, okay. That was 5 days ago. Maybe he thinks I'm going to wait forever. Maybe it's going to end up on his picnic table. Because it's 5 days, and he knows. I said, move that. Yeah, okay. And he's not doing anything. He's the manager of the building next door, but he's not doing any. He goes to the beach. He goes and gets food. He looks around. He looks over there. He looks over there. He goes, gets more food. He goes to the beach. Now, I went through the trouble of cutting your damn trees down. At least pick up the debris. I think that's reasonable, especially that he agreed to it. But now 5 days, now he's going to play. And this is the guy whose life I saved. If he comes here, I'll get him on camera to admit that 5 years ago I saved his life when we were swimming. Now, I'm not saying that he owes me anything for saving his life, but dude, take that stuff and throw it where children don't step on it. Because the children play right there. Or the dogs will run across there. And if a dog gets a thorn in his foot, then somebody's got to take their dog to the hospital. So look, this is the debris pile. Look, we're not talking about a truckload of stuff either. We're just talking about 15 or 20 pounds of dried leaves and twigs. Here it is, right here. This is what he hasn't been able to move for 5 days. That little pile right there. The little brown pile right there. It's 42 inches by 42 inches. It's about 10 inches high. And if I put my mind to it, I could move the entire pile in less than 2 or 3 minutes. But it's got thorns in it. And he doesn't want to do that. But he knew that he had to do it if I cut it. But he didn't do it. And every day he promises to do it. And this is what I mean about the Filipinos. It's an inconvenience for him to move that. Even though we agreed that he would move it if I cut it. 90% of that is grass. And you want me to hire Filipinos? I got a friend of mine last night, he asked this morning, why don't you hire Filipinos? I said, no, I can't do that. Why not? I said, because they would last a couple of hours and I'd fire them and then they'd be upset. Why? And I told him, I said, you remember how I used to work? He goes, yes. Yeah. Nobody here works like that. If the way Filipinos get ahead is they do less work for the same money. You very, very rarely will. Even like the guy who built this building here. See this building here? Okay. I don't know who built the first 2 floors. I know who, some of the guys that worked on the first 2 floors, but I do know who built the third and the fourth floor. I don't remember his name, but he was the foreman. His son was second in command. His son was a really hard-working man, much harder than the father. The son was about 22, 23, and the father was in his 40s. The guy was shot. I mean, he was definitely an alcoholic. There was no doubt about that. Not on the job. Not on the job. So this guy who built that building, now he did build the building. I'm not lying to you about that. This guy who was a drunk, but I never saw him drink on the job, he built that third and the fourth floor. But he did not have a hammer, like an S-wing hammer. He did not own a hammer. He did not own a ruler. He did not own a tape measure. He did not own a crowbar or a wonder bar. He did not own a skill saw or a drill. So the owner of the building provided him with the minimum things I just talked about. But he is a contractor. That's a contractor in the Philippines. Now, did the guy build the building? Yes. Did he do a good job? Damn, for what he had, he did a pretty good job. It took 4 years. They're still working on finishing the trim on the top of the building, but it took almost 4 years to build those 2 floors, because the guy had. Did they use a skill saw? No, they used a hand saw. Did they use a drill? Yes. Did they have a crowbar? They had a piece of rebar that had a forked end on it. They smash it down with a hammer. A piece of piece of 3/4 inch rebar. They smash it with a hammer, and they cut a V into it with a hacksaw, and that's their crowbar. They had that. So these guys they don't think like we do in America. Let me get a job, and then let me be the boss's helper. Let me see what he does all day, and then next year I could do that. Now, they don't think like that here. Their way of getting ahead is to do less work and make the same money, not work harder or double time, and because no matter how hard they work, they're not going to make any more money. They don't reward their men here either the same way. They don't reward like the 9 or 10 guys on the job. If 2 or 3 didn't do anything all day, well, then tomorrow it's somebody else's turn not to do anything all day. Nobody gets upset with anybody. Nobody gets fired. Nobody gets laid off. Nobody gets angry with one another. Their idea of making more money is to work less for the same money. So everybody gets a turn to leave early, come late, 2 hours for lunch, 3 hours for lunch. Today we're not doing anything. And each day the boss, the foreman, would rotate the men so that everybody got a chance to do nothing with their friend all day and just hang around and smoke cigarettes. That's their idea of success. Amazing thing. All right. Scott, are you still with me? Thank you, Mickey Mason. Okay, I got that damn compressor running. For no reason at all, sucking up power. Okay. Shut that off. Look at the sky for a while. Okay, that's one thing that had to be done, and this is the thing that we must have had a big storm. One of my buckets got water in them with a little bit of tools, so I don't know if it's been a week or a month. So I'll drain this out now. Yeah, it's hard to explain what it's like living here. It really is hard. So, like when I'm done with a job, when I'm on a job and I'm done with the job that my boss or that whoever's in charge, the foreman, whatever, when I'm done with the job, I walk over to the guy who gave me the job and say, what's next? I don't care whether everybody's working or not. That's what I do. And then within 2 weeks, I'm either the boss or the highest paid man on the job. That's a fact, Jack. Okay, let's see what we got in here. Let's see what we have. Water got in there, even though I had it covered up with a board. So let's see what we got here. Rusty water. This is all part of the job. I forgot it was there. Oh. Oh, God. Oh. I didn't realize all that stuff was in there. Ha! 2 rolls of masking tape. Let's check that out first, yeah? I bet they don't work anymore. And that was almost dead anyway, that roll. Huh? It's working. No, this will never serve any purpose. That's garbage. Okay. All right, let's see what else we got. We got 2 pairs of vice grips. These are oiled with the best oil that you'll ever use. Corrosion block. There's nothing wrong with these. That's one. And here's the brother or sister, again with corrosion block. No problem at all there. Okay, that's that. Then we do see a potential problem. Nope, I got corrosion block in there also. No rust came out. Now, this is definitely not a good thing. Let's see, what's this? This is garbage. This is garbage. These screws are garbage. I just don't like to throw them in the... I don't like to throw them randomly off the roof. I put them in a special place. All right. Yeah, I see one potential problem inside that. Well, that even inside that knife, has corrosion block in there. I know that because I put it in there. So let's see if does it still move. Oh yeah. The blade didn't even get rusty. Okay, let's open it up. Let's open it up. Any rust? Nope, not really. I feel oil, but I don't feel rust. Very nice. This is an aluminum body, that's why it didn't rust. But this part, you would think that would have rusted, but it didn't. So we'll leave that over here. The razor blade we'll leave there. That's like new. Because when you use that corrosion block, that product that I told you about, very, very rarely will anything rust. The water doesn't disperse the product so easily, and that was stagnant water, so it would even be less likely to happen. So I'll just dry that stuff off, put it in the sun for an hour. By the time I'm done here for the rest of the day, I should just blow it off. Okay. Don't care about that. Not as big of a deal as you would think, yeah? I don't know how long that's been there. That's been up there a month easy, if not longer. Okay, okay, that goes there, that goes down. Uh-oh. There's the spring. Okay, I thought I lost the spring. Even the spring didn't get rusty. See the spring? Didn't even get rusty. Nice. Okay. Okay, that's done. I could put this in theory. I could put this back together. As soon as I put my glasses on, I could see it. Alright. That's done. Now I'll dry off the razor blade. Because the razor blade didn't get rusty. It just still has oil all over it. Yeah, I like to see the frail man do something simple. Like even something simple like this. The frail man would exacerbate his entire energy for the year. Well, first of all, he wouldn't know how to do this, so it doesn't really matter. A frail man is a frail man is a frail man after all, you know? How many people think the frail man could have did that? I don't think so. Now, now, you wait right here. I'll be back with the corrosion block and we'll fix everything. What? Here it is. All right. So, if we're going to do something, if I'm going to show you how to do something, I'll show you how to do it right at least. So, now you saw the inside of the tool was not rusty. Even the metal blade, well, it wasn't rusty because this product here, corrosion block, it's about $30 for a 10-ounce can now. They're 10 ounces. They're not 11 ounces anymore. But it's the best anti-corrosion product you'll ever buy in your whole life. You could buy something called TR4, which is specifically for airplanes. Or it was. I don't know that they still sell it. That's as good as this. Not better, though, but as good. But the aircraft manufacturers. Now, anybody that uses WD-40 is an idiot. Anybody who says WD-40 is even a worthwhile product is an idiot. Anybody who defends anybody that uses WD-40 is an idiot. They don't know what they're doing. WD-40 is a scented, very low viscosity kerosene. It's WD-40 is clear kerosene, almost almost candle grade kerosene. It's pure garbage. So anybody that ever tells you WD-40, that's the product, Nassau, bullshit. Nassau made it. They say Nassau made it, and Nassau may very well have developed it for something, but they sure didn't develop it for getting tools wet in water, or especially salt water. So now this, it's still working. Now I'm going to bang this water out of here a little bit. There's not much in there. Okay. There's not much water in there because it's full of WD-40. So here's where you put the oil. Right here. And it looks like we're running out of battery. All right. All right, so it looks like we're running out of battery, if the battery is still on, even at all. So I'll end the live stream now. I'm going to take this in the house. Well, now I can't even touch it because I got oil all over my hands. That stuff don't come off. Don't come off the metal. And it don't come off your hands either. And I don't want it on the camera. I'll be right back. Ugh. I'm going to bring it into the house. And if it's still on, when I bring it into the house, I'll say goodbye. And if not, goodbye. Uh, 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 should still be on, though, to be honest with you. Yeah, it is. Okay. It is. All right. Whew. Starting to get hot out there. All right, so that's the corrosion block. That's what you want to use. You could use olive oil for all I care, but there is no better product than that corrosion block. And you saw how it protected the ratchet was still ratcheting, and the razor blade knife didn't get, the spring didn't rust. Usually that's the first thing that rusts, because they don't normally put a stainless steel spring in those razor knives, but that is one of the best razor knives I've ever owned, and that thing got to be 40 or 50 years old. I think I'll just sit here, and I have, what time is it? 3 o'clock? Yeah, by the time I put everything away and lock everything up and take a bath, it'll be 4:30. Ooh. Gotta take a bath. I gotta do one more thing. I gotta put those tools away too. So the vice grips, I always keep everything with corrosion block. Now, I've not used anything but that product since 1988. It's made by a company in Canada. It's probably $30. I'll take a look on the internet for it right now. I'd say it's $30 for a can in an automotive store, if only Napa carries it, and only marine supplies carry it. Corrosion, CORROSION. Sionblock. Corrosion block spray. Okay, let's see. Amazon 12, it's a 12, oh, okay, so it's 12 ounce aerosol. I guess they added, it used to be 11. I thought they would have reduced it. Let's see what the price of that is. $28. $28.72 plus tax plus shipping. So it's about $32. However, if you look carefully, they won't show it to you here. If you Google corrosion block Canada, okay, let's see what we got here. Corrosion block. Canada, CANADA. That should come up. To the, oh, okay, that should have come up. Maybe because I'm inside the Philippines. That should come up to the manufacturer. All right, let's look up corrosion block sales. SALES. Now, if this comes to Canada, that's no. See, what they do here, I told you what they do. They block certain websites. Huh. No, see, it's only giving me options for the Philippines or eBay. There's a company in Canada, the company that makes it. You can order a case of 12 and it goes down to about $20 a bottle for a spray bottle. Now, to give you an idea how long it lasts, when I bought my backhoe, I bought, I think, 36 bottles, I think I bought, maybe. It was $600, almost $700. Was at that time it was less than $18 a bottle plus free shipping. So I spent about I think I bought 3 cases. It was close to $700. That can you see me just use is 3/4 full, and I have one more after that that's full, and one that's 3/4 full. So 36 cans lasted 20 years. Exactly. You can use it very, very sparingly. Okay, yeah. I have my meat out for the dinner, so let's see. Okay, what else we got here? Okay, you gotta shave. I don't think there's anything else that I can find of interest for you. Here's my Barge Dragon. Barge Dragon, baby. My Barge Dragon videos. I haven't seen that external drive since 2013 until this week. And I plugged it in and it worked. And I wasn't so concerned because it's a duplicate. When I used to save my videos starting in 2008, when I started making videos, or even before that, I would make the video on the whatever camera I was using, and I'd put it into a drive. And then when the drive got full, I would duplicate the drive on another identical drive. So that one's a 2 terabyte drive. It has a motor in it, that one, a fan. It actually has a fan in there. You have to use power. If you don't put 110 or 220 in it, it won't work. So I have 6 of those drives and 6 duplicates. Now, what I used to pay for those duplicates, those drives, was exactly $100, I think, for those drives for 2 terabytes. And now they're about $140. So I don't know that I would dump the files out of one, and I don't know how much longer they'll last. I mean, it was in let me put it to you like this: it was preserved, it was pickled. No moisture ever got to it. No moisture ever could have got to it. But it took a week to put some of these things away, where you couldn't, water couldn't get to them, and because it was my YouTube channel. I didn't want that stuff to disappear. I didn't want water to get in. If in America we had to flood Hurricane Sandy, and I had the stuff in my house in the basement after Hurricane Sandy, and I said, "Oh man," I secured them in 2.5 inches of wax. Those and some other things I had. I walked into a candle shop and said, "Give me 10 kilos of white wax. We have colored wax. We have. Give me the cheapest wax you got. Give me 10 kilos. Thank you very much." They never asked what I was going to do with it. All right, that's it. I'm done. I'm being permy, which means, oh my God, I lost it. It's outside on the bench. I lost the pen for the cell phone. I'm being permy, which means take care always. I'll give you guys a minute to say goodbye if you want, and I'm going to go make sure I get that pen before I forget it. Get back up there. Ugh. Ugh. Huh. It wasn't that. Got to be up on the roof. That's the first time I ever lost that thing. It's just a little pen that, you know, like the S pen they call it. I have 3 of them. And I probably will find that one because it's got 6 inches of orange ribbon attached to it. So even if it fell between the container and my house next door, it won't disappear. Okay, goodbye. I'm Bing Permy, which means take care always. You know, Mr. Congeniality, that would be me. I'm Bing Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. Frail men need not apply to the Alpha Male Construction Videos channel. Frail men, wait till you see my real men, not frail men, barge videos. I have 4 hours loaded already. That whole drive is full of work videos. Real work. When real men did real work in real time. Years ago, we used to work to make a living. We didn't go blah, 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 on the internet all day. Ha. 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 Ha.